Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your probably slightly nasally host, Justin D. Morgan, and let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong, although that might actually be from last week. Hi, Thomas, if you're still out there. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. Yeah, Francois. Hi, Francois. Have a radio show to prepare for tomorrow. Awesome. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Jamie's Hack Shack. Hi, Jamie. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Hi, Michael. And let's see here. We have Point 5. Hi, Point 5. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Gut Bomb. And I don't know what you're saying, Fever Dreams, because I don't know French, but I don't know what you're saying. Not even going to try it. Google Translate would take too long to bring up. And no, Bit Defender, I don't want to do whatever you were asking me to do. I'm streaming! Obviously, Bit Defender needs to be told what streaming's like. Yes, I installed antivirus on this computer because I downloaded something that seemed a bit suspect, and guess what? It actually did have a virus. Yeah, so my instincts were right, although the weird thing is it probably shouldn't have contained a virus, and it was like some really old thing, potentially, but yeah. So yeah, I got Bit Defender on this computer now, so now I can download away without fear. Anyways, let's see here. I do have a September tip jar active on Ko-fi. Link is in the description. Tip jar is feeling just a little bit low right now, especially since I've missed 3 streams effectively. Although I am feeling better. I still have some congestion. But other than that, hopefully we will get to computer. But I thought, since it's been a while since I've done this, we would go to...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
And because it made it the easiest in terms of not accidentally doxing anyone, I went ahead and opened the package. And we have tonight, for Wheel of Regrets, a Mad Dog Techie Toys. Lots of old labels. Here we go. Play Hard or Don't Play. A Silent Chill Case 7. Advanced Quiet Copper CPU Cooler for AMD Athlon XP up to 3400 plus. And you thought only Disney and Hulu had plus. Replace that aluminum cooler now! All copper cooling technology. 80 by 80 by 25 ball bearing fan ensures extended operating life. Multi-directional air intake increases airflow without the noise. Only 21 decibels. I wish I could test that. This, at one point, cost $47.99. Although, to be fair, it really does live up to the hype. That actually is a copper cooler. So, this might actually be worth more than I paid for it in scrap copper value. Potentially. Or at least maybe about what I paid for it. But it's Mad Dog, so why would I scrap it? Yes. $47.99. It's actually made by Thermaltake, so it's actually a decent fan. And now apparently I don't know how the package works because it won't close. This was apparently a clearance item at some point. And let's see here. Now $14.96 was $19.53. Yeah. Anyways, there's the specifications if anyone's curious. This will be for the Mad Dog build. Oh yeah, look, other products from Mad Dog. Which I have, surprisingly. The modding cables and the thumb screws. So now I just need an appropriate motherboard for this wonderful heatsink and a processor for it. Yeah, I know this. Francois says nobody calls me Mad Dog Tannen. 25 says massive. Yeah, this thing quite honestly might weigh a pound. So if anyone's wondering how in the world people were cracking Athlon dies because they were bare die when this came out. Yeah, the weight of these heat sinks was not helping, but then again, neither was the heat output of the chips. So, note, I'm being very careful because that actually is computer's motherboard underneath this heatsink, and I don't want to have a incident with Mad Dog here. But I don't have a scale down here to see how heavy this is. And we have Joe's Computer Museum, who's noticed that is a chunky heat chunk, yes, or a chunk sink. So leave your comments in the chat if you can estimate how much this is worth in scrap value, but I'll be using it for the Mad Dog build that'll be coming at some point as soon as I can get the rest of the parts. If you wonder what your coffee tips go towards, it's stuff like this that makes me buy more stuff and more stuff. Alright, I think that was the only thing for Wheel of Regrets tonight. There is something else that arrived today from eBay, but I was so disappointed I didn't even bring it downstairs. We'll just say that I opened the package because it looked suspiciously small, and the seller only shipped part of the lot. So I was quite disappointed, especially because the part of the lot they shipped me was the part of the lot I did not want. Because I already have 40 bazillion ATI graphics cards. No, the other part of the lot was not a Trident video card, if anyone's wondering. It was something that connects to an ATI graphics card, because it's for a different computer that I'm leaving its original graphics card in, which is an ATI graphics card. We'll just say that my nickname might have something to do with that part that they did not ship. That connects to the ATI graphics card. Retro Techie says, use it on that Apple II clone. No, I don't think this Apple II clone could survive such a chunky heatsink. And GetBomb has guessed that yes, it was a DVD decoder card. Yes, that is the item that was not in the package. Neither was the connecting cable. Yeah, I sent the seller a message, and I hope they realize how disappointed I am, because I was trying to keep it civil. Because when you list an auction item that has 2 expansion cards with a connecting cable, and you only ship the more common of the 2 items, your buyers are going to be just a little bit twerked. Just saying. Oh, hey, Thomas. Hello, everyone. I'm at a PTA meeting, and I can watch from time to time. All right, well, I remember PTA meetings. Yeah. I feel your pain. And I don't have kids to have recently attended a PTA meeting, and I still remember how awful they were sometimes. So anyways, hopefully the seller will get back to me sooner rather than later, and hopefully they will let me know that, oh, yeah, we forgot to ship that part of the order, and we found it, and we're putting it in the mail to you, because I told them I really wanted the other part. Because I bought their auction because they had the connecting cable with it. The ATI connecting cable. The actual ATI proper connector that uses the ATI multimedia connector on the card. That cable. That's the only reason I bought their auction, as opposed to another one that had like a bunch of other stuff with it, including like a whole motherboard and processor and everything. But that other auction had a Matrox card with it, so I mean, it had a connecting cable, but it was for the Matrox card that's with it. And the problem is with the system that I'm putting this in, it has PCI slots. There's no AGP. So actually, the graphics card I received today, it's an AGP graphics card. So you can kind of tell why I was kind of twerked, because I wanted the decoder card. In fact, if they'd accidentally just shipped me the decoder card, I probably would have just let it slide, because I have like at least half a dozen of the same ATI graphics card, I think. It's like, you disassemble a pre-built computer with ATI graphics, and there's a good chance you're going to find a Rage chipset, so I'm just saying. So, yeah. Disappointment. Alright, well, anyways, if you want to help me buy junk that I probably really don't need to document how computers used to be back in the late 90s, early aughts, well, the coffee link is in the description. So we are going to go to computer now. I did something last week, and I actually have footage on my camcorder of it, and, well, I haven't had a chance to do anything with it, but I did a little pre-work to attempt to... Yes, RetroTechie has noticed that the clone is missing a few chips. Yeah, the chips are safely set to the side. I probably should have pulled these chips out, but whatever, they're in. The sockets are replaced. Anyways, oh! Hi, RetroTech Chris. I got so annoyed at an eBay seller when I opened their package, I completely forgot. We can't start with computer yet, because there was another segment. I completely forgot about it. Things you all sent me! Hold, please! Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Ah. Oh. Okay, hold please. There we go. Problem solved. Alright. Ignore this little box for now. We'll get to that in a moment. I'm going to blame the cold I had for being scatterbrained. Alright, so... I will apologize if I'm a little coffee. I'm still... Well, my body's still clearing out congestion, so yay. Alright, so this box here is not from eBay. It is from RetroTech Chris. And you can guess all you want as to what's in it in the chat, but if you guess Trident cards, you're probably wrong. 90% certain. Sadback says DVDs. Gutbomb says, I know what this is. I know what it is. Frank says, tried it. Never mind. Would another flap help? Probably not. Okay, I don't know that that's going to help either. Chris says, I think I remember what it is. Alright. Let's get some packing material away from it. Oh, and there we go. think I might have just... We have a bubble wrap thing. All right. Thank you, Chris, for the bubble wrap. All right, well, let's see what else might be in here before I chuck the box to the side. Oh, looky here. We have some Retro Tech Chris buttons. I'll have to get magnets and put one on my toolbox. And then put one on my laptop bag. So, yeah, we have buttons. Thank you, Chris. I always enjoy a good button. Or 3. Thomas says, Trident video chip. I think Frank is repeating the lyrics from Weird Al's eBay, bought it on eBay song. Bubble wrap most every day. I bought on eBay, yes. Sadmax says, honestly, the DVD's guess was a bit of a joke this time. Yeah. Because, actually, if anyone knows Retro Tech Chris, there's a good chance that you're eventually going to, sooner or later, figure out that this could only be one thing, and one thing only. And if you're thinking, oh my, it doesn't seem like the color's changing much as you remove the bubble wrap, you're probably thinking, wow, this kind of looks like it's probably beige. And you'd be right. All right, I have to say, Retro Tech Chris knows how to ship these. And he knows how to criticize the eBay sellers that don't know how to ship these. And if you get a seller that especially thinks these are like worth a small Federal Reserve Bank because McLaren used these on some of their cars, well, Retro Tech Chris will even be a little spicy with the sellers sometimes to kind of try to calibrate their expectations. Retro Tech, he says, is it a CRT? Hi, Eric, welcome. All right. And if anyone was guessing, it looks like a Toshiba Libretto. Well, sorry, you guessed wrong. But if you were thinking it looks like a compact LTE, well, you win a pat on the back. We have here a slightly incomplete compact LTE 5400. Wait a minute. Oh, I cannot read right side up. We have a compact LTE 5000. I don't know where the 4 came from. Probably the, the second digit in the number of concurrent viewers. There's where the 4 came from. Okay. Gutbomb says, hey, I actually did know what it was. Yeah. Yes, this is the 5000, 640 by 480 screen. So, we have, look, expansion options. This is the elusive 000 model. No multi-bay drive, no hard drive, no battery. We do have we have latches. So, see, this model is equipped with latches and a volume knob. Oh, looky here, LTE 5000, number 5, spare parts. 640 by 480 TFT with issues. Yep, look, couple more latches. Oh, we have the no pesky dongleless PCM-CIA cards. Chris already removed them for me. Excellent. I already have enough modems without dongles. On the back, we have the door. We do not have extra memory. That's fine. I think I've got some extra memory around here somewhere, but we have the rest of the ports. And Francois says the Void Edition. Oh, we got the Big Bad Biologist. Hey, John. And we have, oh, looky here. We got the 640 by 480 TFT screen, so we only have one adjustment knob here. And we do have a complete keyboard. And we got power buttons here. Yes, we do have a keyboard. Now, I believe I have a power adapter around here somewhere. A power adapter or 3 or 4. Oh, I may not have power cords for them though. Oh, wait. Hold on. This one's got a power cord. Okay, we're good. I mean, I probably have power cords somewhere in the house that would fit them, but trying to find a kettle cord in the basement would be like trying to find anything else that is black in color mixed in with other black cables. Very difficult. All right. So we are going to plug power in. I am going to plug the other end of the power adapter in. I do know that this power adapter came from Retrotech Chris because his handwriting's on the label that's on it. That probably also means it actually works. Hey, Garth! Oh, welcome. All right. And let's see here. Hmm. Well, I thought Chris said it worked. Oh. Oh, maybe I don't have the cord plugged. Maybe the cord's not plugged in. Or do these require, like... Does it have its rubber feet? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, there we go. I think now it's getting power. That's weird. Okay, so now we got power. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I hear something. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Maybe I get the two confused because one. Oh, hold on. The high pitched noise I was hearing was not this laptop. All right. Well, okay, that's weird. All right. So, okay, I'm not totally sure this power adapt. Okay, let's try another power. Oh, this AC cord's not fitting that well in this power adapter. That might be the problem. All right, let me see if I can find another one. No, it's just the standard kettle connector one. Hold up, let me see if I got another power adapter downstairs. That one's not making good contact. Okay. I was hoping to find another AC cord in the event that it's the AC cord that's not making good contact. And I'm pretty sure I've got one down here somewhere. Yeah, because that, I think it might be the cord. Alright. Hold on. Someone is texting me or something. Oh. Yeah, let me see if I got another cord here. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. This one will probably work. Alright, when all else fails, grab yet another power adapter that has a more solid cord plugged into it. There we go. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. And I guess I'll be buying some more power cords for power adapters, because I don't think that AC cord is making good contact. Well, actually... Alright. Alright, I do have... Well, that's weird. Okay, I know this power adapter I've used on another LTE before. There we go. That is weird. Okay, so now it looks like the power adapter is... Well, I think I have a repair challenge here. Because it's not powering up. Of course, then again, without a hard drive in it, it'd be hard to hear if it's powering up. It's actually one that, Jesse... Oh, hi, Jesse. It's one that Chris sent me. We were on the Things You All Have Sent Me segment. And, yeah, the LTE sent me is not powering up for some reason. Yeah, there is no command key, Retro Techie. I can't clear the PRAM. So... yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to take it apart at some point and try to figure out why the power supply is not powering up. Yeah, just kind of odd. I mean, I thought these things would power up with no drives and no battery. In fact, actually, they usually work better with no battery than a dead battery. But yeah, it's like not... it's not powering up. Maybe it needs a Trident card. Oh, Retro Techie. Alright, well, I think I've spent enough time on a non-LTE stream trying to get it to power up, so I guess I'm going to need to use a non-existent post-it note. I really need to get some post-it notes. Chris says this one does have a processor card that won't take extended memory. Maybe it died. Maybe so. Or maybe it just got bumped. Maybe the sandwich got bumped loose in shipping. I mean, you did a really good job of packing it, and I don't see any exterior damage on it. So it is possible that it decided to completely fail after you showed me pictures of it working. Maybe it got slightly bumped in shipping and the sandwich is loose. And for anyone wondering what I'm referring to, there's two boards in these that stack together. So the sandwich. Yeah, so something might have dislodged in shipping. So anyways, I guess the note Chris had on it, issues, will just have to be a reminder to me which one this is. Yeah, Jesse says, it looks like the 75 megahertz variant, the worst processor cards in the world. Well, they had to start with some processor. Alright, well, it looks like this is more of a repair challenge than I initially thought, but that is still appreciated, Chris, because this is one way I have content for the channel, is by people sending me things that are in need of repair. So thank you, Chris. I will try to get it working. If I don't get it working, maybe I can put it together with something else and get it working. After all, I do have a bunch of LTE spare parts, so maybe I can get one of them working. Oh, hey, Steve. Welcome. We have Mac84 here. Chris says, might be 120, might be 75. Can't remember what I had in it. All right, well, we will, this will get queued up for repair at some point. Where I'll actually take it apart. But for now, we need to go back to another segment because I forgot that I had another item setting aside for tonight. It was on top of the box from Chris, so let's go back to...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
I need to... oh, Joe, that's an animation Jeremy did for me. So anyways, we have another mystery box. You can put your comments in the chat as to what you think this might be. I will give you a clue. A number of those guesses will probably be wrong, but, well... where's the fun in taking all correct guesses? Retro Techie, that was me coughing because I haven't figured out how to get OBS to mute my microphone while videos are playing, so yeah, sorry about that. Frank S. says Trident card. Sad Max says sockets. Steve says when the arrow falls off the wheel, you know you're in trouble. Yeah. Frank S. says obligatory guess. And we have... Shocker! A priority mailbox wrapped in paper so that it could be sent. Ground disadvantage. Although, yeah, Steve's giving a red flag for this seller misappropriating USPS supplies, yes. I am trying to, open this carefully so that maybe I could reuse the box. But it does appear as if they, made sure to really tape the paper onto the box so that it would not be usable as a priority mailbox ever again. Yeah. Okay, well, at least I ripped the shipping label off of it, so we're good there. I was beginning to hope that maybe I would see signs that there was a shipping label on this box and they were reusing a box, but no, it looks like they used a brand new priority mailbox and taped the printer paper to it in such a way that I'm not going to be able to reuse it, so... Yeah, Steve says, I've heard of unboxing, but this is ridiculous. Eric says, I got caught doing that with a package to Garth with a used box. Yeah, I know. Jesse says, the postmaster goes postal in the center of this package. Yeah, I think if they find out you're doing it, that you can get into... Oh, looky here. More postal misappropriation. Oh, and they even cut the envelope so that I can't potentially reuse it. Because, yeah, I don't think the Postal Service even likes you reusing used boxes. Despite the fact that that's more earth-friendly than recycling them. Go ahead and reuse them a time or two and then recycle them. Yeah, this seller just made sure that there is no way that I can reuse this. Which kind of irritates me because when I sell on eBay, I don't use priority mailboxes unless it's actually going priority mail. And I don't use new boxes, so I reuse boxes, but I don't reuse priority mail ones because the post office doesn't like that. I don't use priority mail packaging as packing. I always buy or reuse bubble wrap. And here's a seller that, for all I know, got away with this because the Postal Service didn't detect it, causing my postage rates to go up. Yeah, 0.5 indeed. Yeah, Joe says, reusing priority mailboxes for priority mail costs them less money each time, and yet they don't want you to do it. Exactly, Joe. Yeah. Oh, Gutbomb says, I just got a refund from the Postal Service unsolicited. I always buy labels for over the weight of the package because I'm worried about being underweight, and they sent me a refund. Yeah. Yeah. Mac84 says, remember, folks, recycling bad, capitalism good. Yeah. Anyways, what do we have here? We have... I'm trying to identify which Postal Service product this is that they misappropriated, but I think this is just simply electronics wrapping misappropriation here, because I can't identify the Postal Service product here. If you know what Postal Service product this was that was given away for free for use for priority mail only, leave a note in the comments. Yeah. We have a genuine... I don't remember that sticker being in the auction photo. Maybe the seller put that there to keep me from returning it. Oh, I bet the seller put that there. And the thing is, I'm probably going to have to remove them to use them because those could be metallic stickers. It's not like they were allowing returns anyways. We have an Ensoniq sound card of some sort. I'm not sure what it exactly it is right off. Oh, I think it's the Vivo. Ensoniq Vivo something or other. I think it was bundled in a Gateway computer because there's the Gateway sticker that everyone probably recognizes if you've ever seen a Gateway from that era. And there's a big honkin' scratch in the card that was in the photo, but hard to tell it was actually a scratch because The photo was at a bad angle where you couldn't see the copper. However, I believe the scratch is in a ground plane, so that's probably fine. It looks like that's only in the ground plane, so okay, that's probably fine. There's some other scratches, but I don't think they go through the solder mask. Anyways, as Steve says, it's an ad-lib capacitor extreme card. Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 surface mount capacitors. They're all little teeny tiny cute capacitors. One of them has a dent in it. I bet this thing needs recapped. Let's take a look at it under the microscope to see if I maybe only mildly overpaid for it or I grossly overpaid for it. Shall we? All right. Oh, what do you know? I managed to actually point it at the capacitor that has a dent in it. Yeah, tell me this wasn't in a pile of boards without telling me this was... Yeah, tell me this was in a pile of boards without telling me this was in a pile of boards. Here, I'll go first. And second. I'm pretty sure this was in a pile of boards. Okay. That does look like that's only on the ground plane. I think by the time it gets to these two pins here, it's hopefully... Yeah, I don't think it's actually breaking the trace there, so we're probably fine. Alright, there's a bunch of other superficial scratches. That's probably fine. A little more worrying is the dented capacitor. Maybe, but the important thing is, are these leaking? Now, I don't have what I need. I'm going to say this probably needs recapped, because that is kind of looking a bit suspect there. I mean, maybe that's just dust, but that solder does kind of look tarnished compared to the other side. Well, that one doesn't look like it was soldered very well at the factory. Joe says electrolytics are suspect, always replace. Yeah, I'm probably going to recap this board. I may test it at some point before I recap it, but I think it's going to go on my list of boards that needs recapped because, yeah, there's another. I'm pretty sure this was in a pile of boards. Oh. That's kind of suspect. Actually, oh, that base is broken. Those are kind of awful. That's Mac. Steve says, "Look at Steve." I'm getting over a cold. While I would be able to lick this at the moment without really being able to tell what I was licking. Don't do that. Hashtag required YouTube disclaimer. B, I don't want to potentially get another cold from this. And C, barf emoji. And for anyone concerned what kind of cold I have, it's probably some virus that's been going around for like forever. And it's not one that swab tests will identify. So, said that way so that I don't like set off any keyword detectors. My head is stopped up. I'm having trouble smelling and tasting things, and it's probably from nasal congestion more than anything. So, I mean, I can taste things. In fact, lunch yesterday was actually quite delicious. Today's lunch was not quite as seasoned, so there was a little less to taste, but maybe they're not, but it wasn't that. They tested me for that. They also tested me for flu, and all three came back negative. I mean, that's not to say that it could have been oh, well, that's a bit suspect right there. Yeah, tell me this board was in a pile of boards without telling me this was in a pile of boards. Anyways, I mean, it's always possible that those were false negative results, but it's also possible that it was like an adenovirus or something like that. Something it's just because actually that's been going around here. Actually, I think I picked it up at the recruiting event I was at last week. So if you saw my post last week that said I was achy, and I think it was from standing all day Tuesday, it is possible I was wrong. It is possible that I was achy because I was coming down with something. But it is also possible I was achy because I was standing all day Tuesday, because I was achy Wednesday as well, in the exact places I would expect to be achy from standing all day Tuesday. So, yeah. Oh, I am feeling better, Steve. I just am still congested. So, I was not canceling another stream. It was like, all right, you all are going to have to put up with slightly nasally congested Justin tonight, because I was actually kind of going stir crazy Tuesday, but I was coughing so much that I was like, I wasn't going to subject you all to very coughy, very nasally Justin. At least the coughs are quickly going down in frequency, so I was like, well, you're going to have to put up with me tonight because I am getting stir crazy. Alright, well, I'm not going to test this tonight. I don't have what I need set up to test it tonight. So, anyways, I'll put it on my list of things that probably needs recapped. Maybe next week on a stream next week, maybe I'll start off with testing this card. I'll pre-set up something to test it. But anyways, yeah, so that was the other thing I got from eBay. A random card from a gateway that I bought because I thought it might be a good match for one of my other gateways. And maybe it will still be. Alright. Alright, so let's get to computer finally, because it's 10 till 9. Alright, so I did something last Monday because I wanted to try to get all the sockets done. I don't care, Bitdefender. Update all you want, just don't restart my computer. Alright. That's fine, Windows. It's like, okay, granted, I didn't get down to the basement a whole lot of time before I streamed to turn it on and let Windows do some of its churn. It is quite annoying, though, that it seems like everything happens while I'm streaming, and then if I let the computer run for a while afterwards, nothing happens. It's like every program knows I'm streaming, so it does things while I'm streaming like it wants to make sure I see the notification, and I don't. That's nice, Bitdefender. I'm updated, but I don't need to know that now. Tell me later. And it'll probably give me more notifications now because the AI has figured out I get annoyed by pop-up notifications that divert my attention from my stream of thoughts. Yes, alright, so let's see if I can finally admit to what I've done to this board so that I did not spend at least half the time of the stream desoldering And in the hopes that I could maybe get all the sockets replaced tonight, I've actually already done an initial pass with Claris to desolder the last 3 rows of chips. Yeah, Francois says no, but you need to reboot now. Yeah. You might be joking, Francois, but I'm half expecting it to like give me something to give me a 30-second reboot countdown. I'm half expecting it. And in fact, now that I'm joking about it, I'm 3/4 expecting it. So anyways, I have desoldered the last 3 rows of chips. That's all I did. I ran a pass with the desoldering gun. There were a few pins that I could tell they didn't desolder right, and I did apply fresh solder and try again. But that's it. I haven't tried to rock any of the sockets out of place. I haven't tried to remove them. I haven't cut them. I just wanted to get some of the desoldering out of the way so I could try to get the rest of the sockets out quicker. Hi, Dave. Welcome. Oh, and happy belated birthday, Dave. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the sockets in half, because that will help me try to rock them out. And it will also give me a chance to, say, for example, if half the socket is loose and the other half is not, then it'll hopefully help me more quickly identify what I need to do. And then once I go ahead and cut them in half and see what's loose, I may further subdivide. But yeah, I did this just so that maybe we could... Because what I would really like to do, and I didn't have a chance to like pull the power supply out first to do it, it would be really nice if maybe, it would be a nice thing to end the week with, even though tomorrow is Friday, not today. It would be really nice to be able to end the stream seeing computer running again. So that's kind of why I went ahead and did the desoldering, so that maybe I could get the sockets in and then put the chips back in. Although in reality, I probably really need to ultrasonically clean the board, and that's maybe partly to clean the chips that were original chips that are still in it, give them a chance to like get some of the crud off of them. Kind of wish I had some of that 100% deoxit stuff, but I don't. So, anyways, I know that kind of takes half the fun away from Claris, but never fear. It's quite possible I'll still have to pull Claris out. Or the soldering iron. But I just thought I would at least maximize the chances that we might actually get to test this. So if we get that far, one thing I've did to computer, I don't know when it was. It was on one of Dave's streams, I think. I actually have replaced the power plug on computer. So it had I'll call it a proprietary power plug, because quite honestly, I don't know. I don't know what power plug it actually was, but I had noticed that computer had pins for an Apple style power connector. So I've actually taken a power connector off a Parts Apple II Plus board, and that's what's on computer now. So I'll be able to pull the power supply out of my Apple II Plus and test computer that way. Since I don't trust the original power supply and was probably going to ultimately replace the innards of the original power supply with a reactive micro like update board and just replace the power plug with a new one. I figured that would make it easier. Now, I mean, I still have the original power plug. I still have the original wires that were in the power supply. So, I mean, I could always go back to that, but I'm not going to try to repair the original power supply. I I don't trust it. Something killed a bunch of chips on this board. Maybe it was corrosion. Maybe it was the power supply. Maybe it was a combination of both. So I just don't trust the original power supply. So, yeah, Steve, this is the cursed Mac board that you almost bought. Yes. Joe says, I've heard the reactive microsupplies have issues losing the negative 12-volt rail. Well, that's... Okay, well, maybe I won't be buying one of those then. Maybe I'll just have to, like... Maybe I'll just buy an Apple power supply and recap it. Steve says, I'm sorry to say it again, but dodged a bullet there. Yeah. Well, yeah, Steve dodged a bullet. This computer, let's see. It initially cost $50, I think's what the seller wanted. I actually... I almost said no. Maybe I'm glad I didn't, but then again, it's definitely cost me more than $50 in repairs. Because I had actually, it was last year's System Source swap meet. The seller was actually like, they showed up at like, I don't know, 11:30 or noon. They were like pretty late. So I'd actually already spent all the money I wanted to, plus some at that point. But they showed up and they started setting out all these old 8-bit computers, and well, I started looking, and Steve was looking at 2 Apple II clones they had setting out. And they had some other stuff, and they didn't have prices on anything that I remember. At least they didn't have a price on this computer or the other Apple II clone or some of the other things. But anyways, so I was looking at the clone, and someone else was looking at like a, I don't remember if it was like a TRS-80 Model 4 or a K-Pro or something. But it was like a computer that had a monitor with it. I'm pretty sure of that. And they had asked the seller how much they wanted, and the seller said, make me an offer. And they said like $25. And the seller accepted that offer. So here I am looking at this computer, and I asked kind of how much do you want for it, and they're like, make me an offer, and I'm like, $25. They're like, no, we can't do that on this computer. How about 50? And I looked at it, and I was like, okay. So yeah, I tried to get it for the same price as one that had a monitor, but no. Computer cost me double, and it didn't even come with a monitor. And now I'm replacing all the sockets in it, and I replaced a third of the logic chips. Yeah. Computer's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, Mac. Steve says my bullet dodging is your content. Yeah. Yeah. Did they have a Javier working there shorting it to ground? No. I suspect it was probably just corrosion, and some of the chips that were in it I think were fake, but I suspect it was corrosion more than anything. Because if you notice as I'm removing these sockets, there's like that board seems to be dull under them. Yeah, I think that's the corrosion. All right. Some of these are they're like loose or mostly loose. There's like just a little bit of solder holding them in. So I'm trying not to pull very hard. I'm just trying to rock them to see if maybe I break that last little bit of solder before I try cutting the sockets anymore. Because half sockets are easier to clean off my workbench than like obliterated sockets. So, anyways, yeah. Yes, thank you, Steve, for keeping an eye out for my content. You knew I needed this content more than you did. After all, you have a Quadra 840 AV for content. Or, I don't know. Did you ever finish that? If you haven't finished that, maybe this will be your inspiration to crack the 840 AV back out for a stream. You can consider it my request from computer. Steve's probably like, you had to bring that up, didn't you? This motherboard made me do it, Steve. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right. I think I may have to. Okay, so these are stuck on more than just a little bit. Let me see if I can't break them apart. All right. All right, and if breaking them apart I still can't get the pins out, then that's when I'll pull out heat in the form of the soldering iron and possibly even fresh solder for some of them. So, that's actually pretty decent. How many of those sockets came out with just a pass of Claris? Practically all of row B and somewhere between a third and a half of row C. And at least half of row A. I guess that's not bad. So basically what I'm trying to do is just cut the plastic of the socket as best as I can between the pins, because if I have to pull the pins out, I want as much as I can to grab onto them. But I'm trying to keep the clippers away from the board. If you get most of the way down the plastic, you'll probably end up cracking it. I don't want to cut the board, but I do need to cut the plastic. And probably if I'd look at the pin out of these chips, probably most of the pins that are sticking are going to end up being like one of the power or ground pins. So probably if I really wanted to, at least on these RAM ones, if I just cut the corners, I bet the middle pins will come out. Like, see, these ones here, those were loose. And, okay, these were a bit more stubborn, but. All right. So, there we go. All right. Don't everyone chat at once. Of course, it could be YouTube misbehaving. All right. Okay, so it looks like I got a. Oh, that one was mostly loose. Sometimes cutting the pins, I guess, can be just enough force to break the little bit of solder holding them in. Oh, YouTube's showing me some warning. I may probably should check on that real quick. All right, if you all are chatting away and I'm not seeing, it's because the chat in OBS is broken, and well, I'm gonna double check here real quick. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh, it really was just that one corner pin. So, row B, the only thing that was really stuck is this one corner pin here on the 74 S175, which is probably a power pin if I had to guess. All right, well, I can deal with that. The row with the RAM was a bit trickier. All right, we'll get them out. All right. Whatever. All right. There we go. There's that. Sometimes they. Yeah, sometimes when you cut them, it probably gives it a little bit of sideways force. And that's probably why they just. The solder was sticking them sideways. Like that row. That's all that needed. Here now, there's one of these sockets. I don't know what kind of sockets they used for the original 8 pins. There's really not a way to cut the socket that I can really see, or maybe there is. Oh, or okay, there's not a way to cut the socket, but now there is. There we go. Okay, there we go. So that's what we're left with. We got part of a socket here, 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 here. Oh, wait. That one feels. Oh, okay. That might actually. There we go. That was... Oh, there we go. Those just needed a little bit more convincing. All right. All right. Well, I guess. Oh, hey, Eric. Welcome back. Okay, so we have a few pins to try to take care of here. Let me heat up the soldering iron. I'm going to try. All right. So what I'm going to attempt to do, which is the other reason I cut the sockets, is I'm going to attempt to put... Now, before you say that's going to add too much thermal mass, I'm only doing it with these on the pins that have plastic on them still. So my pliers are on plastic. So the metal pin is insulated from the metal pliers, and that pulled right out. Now, for the ones where there's no plastic on the pins, I will try to use something that's not thermally conductive. All right. There's actually a few of these. Actually, before I forget about them, it looks like there's solder. Yeah, okay, like this one here. All right, let me see if I can... I don't know how well I'm going to be able to zoom in. Like, for example, there. The pin broke off. I'll use some wick to see if I can't get the solder out of the via. And I bet if I look on the board now, that the pin is nowhere to be found. Maybe that's because that was just solder. Okay. Oh, I think that's the one I just pulled the pin out of. That was probably just solder. All right. Okay, let's see if I can't get the ones that are in plastic still. And then I'll get the ones that are not in plastic still. Because I'll have to get a different tool. Alright, so strip the plastic. Heat the pin from the other side. And and it helps to actually heat the pin you're trying to pull out. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. So there's another couple free. Let's see here. That's just solder in a via. There we go. Excellent. All right. Two. All right. Here's one pin. So strip the plastic, heat the pin. And pull the pin out. And then we'll come back and clean it up with a little bit of solder braid. That's how we get the straggler pins out. All right. We got a couple here that are still in plastic. Again, grab the plastic, heat the pin, pivot the board, because there we go. And let's see here. I think that is just one pin. Oh, hold please. That's weird. Oh, I think there's. Oh, nope, we're good. Okay, so the next one is actually 2 pins. And. All right. Good night, Frank. Okay. That. Oh, that might be. Hold on. Ah, that's why it's not budging. Okay. There was that second metal pin in this plastic I didn't see. Now, this one may need to add some solder to this one. There we go. All right. Okay. Looks like that's good. And there's one. Oh, okay. So we got one via here that's got a little bit of solder in it, and then we got a pin without plastic on it. So I'll grab the ceramic tweezers. Oh, hey Tim, we have Viborg here. Okay, there's that. All right, so to grab the pins that are just pins, where the plastic completely cracked off of it, I will, instead of using the metal needle nose, I will first attempt the ceramic tweezers, and then if I can't get a good grip on it, I will go to, I've got a slightly smaller set of needle nose, but I will heat the pin up, and once I'm pretty sure the solder is molten, then I will grab the pin with the needle nose. That a way that hopefully it's hot enough that I don't lose the heat. All right, let me set my phone. No, if I put my phone there, I might forget it down here. All right. All right. I also apologize if I don't get everything on screen because I am kind of prioritizing not causing more rework to computer than everything 100% is on screen. Computer's gone through enough as it is. Already has a happy little section of blue wires from my initial attempts at butchering. Oh, I think that one still has a. That one I think still has a piece of pin in it. Let me see here. That one there. Oh, okay, that's this one here. There we go. Where's that one right there? Please. That one. Oh, yeah, there is actually. There it is. There is a little piece of pin sticking out right there. Oh, that's. Okay, that's hard to see. Okay, there's a little piece of a pin stuck here. Add some new solder. And then let me see if I can wick the solder away, and then maybe the pin will fall out. Or maybe I can actually get it sticking out enough on the other side I can grab it there. There we go. Oh, there we go. I got it out. Okay, I think the V is clear enough. I think a socket will go down in there. All right, we're good. Thing is, if I don't, because actually I'm going to probably clear a row, and then I'll go ahead and get sockets in the row, and then because actually if I clear this row, I think I got the next row clear as well, and I just go ahead and put 2 rows of sockets in. And then I'll be down to the last, yeah, I'll be down to like the last row. Okay, there we go. So Vborg, if you remember that Apple II clone I had at one of the repair workshops, this is the board from that computer. If you were wondering. YouTube is not receiving something or other, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Dropped, oh. Okay, Comcast, you're not being cool. I have missed several streams, and now you're just annoying me. But I guess that's probably why you stopped using the advertising slogan, yeah, it's Comcastic. Maybe check to make sure that. Considering that OBS is showing that warning in yellow, maybe I should actually go to YouTube Studio and check it. Well, Okay, looks like it recovered. Never mind. I guess I don't have to go check it. All right. So, okay, so these pins here for these last two sockets here, there's just enough pins that are stuck that I'm just going to go ahead and add new solder, and then I'll pull Claris out. These, I have a feeling I did right before I cleaned Claris. Because I had to clean Claris like 2 or 3 times while doing all these sockets. And when it got to the point where I had to clean Claris, if it was obvious that it didn't desolder something, I went back after cleaning Claris and tried again. But these sockets, doesn't look obvious that they didn't desolder, but I suspect that looks like that had solder in it. All right. I suspect these were in the category of right before I cleaned Claris. Okay, now that via doesn't have a pin in it. It was just not all the way clear. I'll use braid on it. The rest of these I'm going to use Claris to try to get all the solder out. Oh, hey Rudy, welcome. Also, because it doesn't feel like a proper repair video without Claris making an appearance at some point. So, there we go. Claris will play the national desoldering anthem. Move, 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 move. I'm sure if I didn't feel congested, it would probably sound. I could make it sound more like Claris and less like nasally Justin. All right. While we're waiting for Claris to finish warming up, I'm going to go ahead and like put these half sockets in the trash can. Oh, actually, oh, there we go. I have a lab piece of lab glass that I got at the thrift shop. So, all right. Hopefully, I will not regret using this as a trash can. What would make me regret using this as a trash can, you might ask? Well, if I manage to knock it off the bench and break it. Because it's borosilicate glass, so it will, like, really go, like, everywhere if I manage to break it. So, therefore, maybe I should set it down low. There we go. All right. Alright, let's see how many of those pins are now free. Those are gone. Free. Those are free. Those are free. Those are free. And those are free. Alright. Just as I thought. Yep. I think I was right in kind of remembering about where one of the Claris cleaning cycles was required. Alright. I know I said I was possibly going to do 2 rows at once, but I just realized I have so few pins on this last section here that I might as well just go ahead and remove them, and then I can just go to town on sockets. After all, the goal was to maybe try to get to the point where I could power this board up tonight. All right. And being able to do 3 rows of sockets at once would definitely help with that goal. Yeah, the chat is very quiet, Rudy. That's for sure. And has anyone seen Jeremy? I haven't seen him in a couple nights. Although, I guess not streaming in the past week and a half. May not be helping things, but all right. I need to break that apart a little more. All right. Let's see. All right. I might. Let's see here. I think I may just try the new solder and desolder on these last few pins too. Given the direction I remember going in removing sockets, these would have been the last few I did, I believe. So I think this might be another case of Claris was about ready to be cleaned, and that's why the pins are stuck. All right. Oh, there we go. That fell out. And clean these vias here. Did that get those? Yep. All right. Those are clear. I think those pins just fell out. Oh, now I think they fell out. except for that one pin. And there we go. And now it's out. Oh, excellent. All right, I think we got the last of the sockets out. There we go. The last of the very gross, badly corroded, don't know why they corroded sockets are out. So let's get the isopropyl alcohol to try to give these old sockets a good clean under them. I can probably tell you this, that my abilities to spill isopropyl alcohol have not decreased at all. In fact, I'm probably more of a klutz tonight because I haven't streamed in a week and a half. Uh-oh. I have like... Joe says corrosion, rodents. Rodents on like all the sockets? That seems a bit far-fetched. Although not completely implausible. I was kind of thinking more it might be stored in a damp basement and maybe actually got like more than just a damp. Ooh, okay. The other thing that I will be able to tell while I clean these is if there's any of these vias that still have a pin in them. Because the Q-tip will catch on the pin. So I got a part of a pin still there. Oh, Joe's thinking they just maybe there was a rodent that made a nest. I mean, yeah, that's possible. There wasn't any signs of a rodent nest in it when I got it, but that's not to say that the sellers didn't maybe clean that part of it up to make it more appealing for sale. I mean, it wouldn't take that long to like chop back it out and kind of blow the bulk of the evidence away with a air compressor. And I guess certainly if I was going to try to get a more premium price for it, I guess I'd probably do it too if I had evidence of the rodentia kind. All right. All right. Let's continue. I'm going to put this board through the ultrasonic cleaner after I'm done, but I would at least like to, given the fact that there's no sockets here, at least try to get some of this stuff off the board now. It would kind of seem wrong not to, because the entire board is visible. Plus, I mean, the ultrasonic cleaner will get in between things, but nothing like a good pre-clean to extend the life of the ultrasonic cleaner fluid. There we go. Rudy says, I had a family of mice living in a Commodore Super Pet I was fixing for a friend. It went straight into the ultrasonic cleaner before I touched it. Well, I mean, without proof that there were mice living in this one, I didn't directly ultrasonically clean it. So maybe that was my mistake. The thing is, I would still be replacing sockets because there was definitely been they were definitely not making good contact because I think chips had been inserted and removed a lot for some reason. I don't know. Maybe even back in the day, there were chips failing on this computer, and they kept having to insert and remove chips. And I do not know why this isopropyl alcohol smells like acetone, but it is definitely isopropyl alcohol. Probably just the part of the smell I can smell at the moment. I know it's isopropyl alcohol because it's not a bottle I just opened that's mislabeled. I've used it. It is isopropyl alcohol. That's just how my smell is right now. Yes, good advice, Rudy. Jesse says the Prolinia that was full of wasps' nests was pretty unpleasant. Well, yeah, I would think that a wasp's nest would be pretty unpleasant too, especially if it was an active wasp's nest. For some reason, I'm having trouble placing the wasp's nest. I don't know if I'm just not remembering the computer or what. All right. I'm just trying to get the board somewhat clean to extend the life of the ultrasonic cleaner solution. And because there's no sense of me not, because, I mean, putting sockets on here will block some of the ability to clean. And yeah, I'm even trying to clean these capacitors because they look gross even. All right. There we go. All right. So let me let the isopropyl flash off momentarily while I attempt to locate the tubes of sockets that should, operative word should, be on my workbench because the last time I streamed, I was working on computer. Okay, so there's some of the sockets there, and there's more of them there. Okay, I think I found where I put them. Let me put my needle nose pliers away. So that next time I need to use them, I will be able to find them. Assuming I don't misplace the tool holder. I wouldn't do that now, would I? Alright. Oh, there's that video card. Should test that sometime soon so I can leave the seller feedback and they'll stop reminding me to leave them feedback. Theoretically, that's how that works, right? Leave them feedback and they'll stop reminding you to leave feedback. I think they would prefer me to actually test the item first, and then I can leave accurate feedback. As opposed to the, well, seller kept pestering me to leave feedback, so here's my generic feedback. Okay, somewhere I have some 8-pin sockets. They should be on my bench, because I thought I ordered them at the same time as everything else. However, I don't think I ordered many, so it's probably like a really short tube of them. Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to find them. Alright. Alright, well, I guess I got a few moments before I'm going to need them. They are somewhere around here. Oh, wait. Or did I forget to order them and they're in the Mauser order that I just got the other day? Oh. That might be true. I think maybe I did realize that I hadn't ordered any, so let me check the Mauser order. I think that Mauser order may have had the 8-pin socket. Alright, let me check the packing structure real quick. Nope. That is not. Okay. Well, I have a little bit before I'm going to actually run into the 8-pin socket. Although, let me see if I can find the. Find 8-pin sockets. Even if they're not really the great ones. Let's see, those are 610. Okay, they got to be around here somewhere. All right. All right. Good night, Rudy. Okay, I'll find the sockets. Probably when I get enough other sockets in that I'll probably find the 8-pin ones. They've got to be on my bench somewhere. There were 8-pin sockets in the Mauser order, but they were only 2 because I may have forgot to set the quantity up. Now that I realize it, so I could use them on this board, but then I'd have to place another order to build the cache recorder, and I would really not like to place an order for 2 sockets to build that. Oh, hey Mike, welcome. I am looking for the 8-pin sockets that I've thought I had. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Here's the. Oh, okay. Maybe this is the rest of the order that I just found a box that's got some stuff from Mauser in it. Maybe the 8-pin sockets are in here. All right. Let's see here. No. No. No, that's a 40-pin socket. PCBs. Oh. There they are. That's why I couldn't find them. For some reason, I only ordered 2 of them. Alright, so I don't lose them. I will go ahead and do them first. Oh, and they're even the kind that will stay in. Yay. Alright. Whoop. Okay. I did a lousy job of desoldering. Anyone see the problem with trying to put a socket in that one? There we go. Come on, pins. Alright. I need to adjust my Hacko station so that it doesn't go to sleep like the exact moment I put the handle back in the base. I think you can set a slight delay. I mean, it heats up pretty quick, but then again, if I put it in to insert a component and then pull it right back out, it'd be nice if it was still hot. I could maybe set the delay to 30 seconds or something, or even 15 seconds, like a very short delay. Oh, that's not going to work. All right, hold please while I attempt to figure out why the socket is not working. Oh, I think one of the vias still has solder in it. And it's no, okay. No, it's probably because I just bent all the pins trying to put it in the first time. Like a noob. There we go. Now, bent a pin. All right. Oh, of course. And I put the needle nose pliers away. Of course, of course. All right. Why am I bending a pin? All the vias are free and clear. All right. There we go. I think now I got all. Yes, I got all 8 pins through now, I believe. And socket is still intact. All right, I did not destroy the socket in doing so. All right, now can I get the other 8 pin one in with less drama? Yes. All right. Still know how to insert sockets. I don't know that there's any advantage to doing it this way other than less of a chance that I lose the 8 pin sockets. There's just a little solder on the board. So these were kinked leg sockets, which is why I didn't put anything in to hold it in place. Because that one pretty much, I think. Yeah, that's exactly how that fits on the board. So that stayed in place very nicely without any assistance. And I think I just managed to ram the soldering iron into the plastic bubble wrap bag that these sockets were in. Way to go, me. Something plastic. Yeah, that would be just like me to find the little piece of plastic I didn't realize was on my workbench. All right, let me get this other socket. It should also stay relatively in place, although I had trouble getting it in, so I may have bent the pins enough to defeat the... Nope, actually... No, it's actually more or less in place as well. I think it's just naturally... The way it's designed, it's going to sit just a little bit off the board, so... Alright. Again, I'm getting the 8 pin sockets first, so I don't lose them. Because I only had 2 of them. I've got more somewhere, but they're the junky ones that aren't sealed, so they risk me having to remove them a couple times. All right. So there we go. There's that. Okay, now somewhere there should be a ROM socket, and maybe I should go ahead and get that one as well, because I think I have... Oh, that's not it. That's a 48 pin socket. Neat. Oh, those aren't them. All right, hold please while I find the which are of course being elusive because I think I only ordered like 10 plus one of them, so of course I probably put them somewhere weird. Or maybe they're in. Hold, actually, hold please. Actually, they might be mixed up with my blank SCs tubes. No. No, no. That's a 40. That's a 40 pin. Oh, okay. So that 40 pin is for the Commodore 128. Those are the awful sockets. I think the 48 pin ones were for the Commodore 128 in case I needed them. And oh, this box isn't well sealed at the bottom. Great. Probably means the sockets might have actually fallen out of that box. Okay, I guess I can get the character ROM last, because I'm probably looking for a single socket in a tube floating around, which you would think would be easy to find, but I have empty tubes over here as well for, like, filing chips in, so, yeah, not a wise move on my part. Those are fuses. Okay. Alright, well, okay, so these are the 16 pins. And those are SRAM chips. I have no idea why those are sitting there. And I think these are 14s and 16s. Which is correct. It does not appear as if I have any more 20 pins to go. Okay. Alright, we are good. Okay, these are 14 pins, I believe, and they're not going to stay in place very well. But I did find my masking tape. So we'll go with that to hold them in place. So basically what I think I'll do is I'll go ahead and tack in all the 14 pins. And then I'll tack in all the 16 pins. And then I will solder them all. Well, I'll try to find the character ROM socket. That would be kind of handy. Luckily, the one nice thing about buying name brand sockets is pretty much guarantee that they put all of them in the socket or in the tube in the correct direction at the factory. Because it went through a happy little manufacturing process. Oh, that's actually a 16 pin socket, I believe. All right. I know I've got some more 14 pins. I didn't order a whole lot of extra 14 pins because there's like not a lot that I don't find them as useful for repairing slightly newer things. There we go. There's another 14 pin. All right. I realize I'm slightly off camera and, well, I'll chalk that up to I'm recovering from a cold and partially congested, so I'm paying attention to my congestion more than my. Oh, there we go. All right. Hopefully, that 14 pin will go in nicely now. Yes, it does. All right. I think the one next to it is a 14 pin. Yes, it is, and it went in okay. And then those are all. Okay, then these are all 16 pins, I believe. And then I got a 14 pin down here by the crystal. I'll really be able to tape that one. Yeah, that's definitely a 14 pin. All right, I will hold that one very carefully. All right. So now I am going to, although these are decent sockets, so they're actually not just like immediately falling out. Although they don't have kinked leads on them, so they're not like going to totally stay in on their own either. So let me go and tack a corner. Remember how to solder. There we go. Tack this other corner. Excellent. Let's check the fitment. Yep, that looks pretty good. All right, let me tack these other 14 pin sockets. There's how many were here? There was 1, 2. Yeah. One of those cases where I could use a light that was like at an angle so I could kind of see the pins sticking out of the socket. All right, so I think there were 3 there. 1, 2, 3. All right, they're not the greatest. Let me kind of adjust position. Oh, that's why I couldn't feel the pins. They were falling out of the. There we go. All right, we've got 3 sockets there. Those look nice. All right. So, all right, got a socket here. There's just the one here. All right. Let's double check. Yep, there we go. I think that one's tacked good. All right, now I think I've got a whole line of them here. So now I'm going to go. And I think that's going to reveal a nice line of happy little sockets. Yes. Wonderful. All right, and then I think I got three down here. That's oh, that's embarrassing. One, two. Oh, there's no socket in. That's a 16 pin. No wonder I didn't feel anything when I soldered it. All right. Oh yeah, it was just 2 sockets. Okay. Let me take care of that, and I'll check the alignment of the other 2 sockets. That's annoying. All right. Fine. Add solder. All right. I have to wick it away. Oh, there we go. That's better. All right. Let's check the alignment of these 2 sockets here now. There we go. Okay. 14 pins look good. All right. Let's get some 16 pin sockets in place. I'm tacking them in, and then I'll get them all the pins in one fell swoop. Now, of course, it is, oh, only 10:15. Interesting. I'm doing, okay, I guess I'm doing well on time. Even if I did do 2 Wheel of Regret segments and a Things You've Sent Me segment, I guess the desoldering helped expedite things. All right. That one. Okay, those 2 are going to require a little bit more work to put sockets in. All right. Fine. Okay. I will tack the rest of those in, and I'll come back and figure out why those 2 rams are not being cooperative. There's probably some solder in the vias. Actually, it's probably just as well that they wouldn't take sockets, because that lets me have a place in the middle of the row to put tape. All right. Oh, there's a 16 pin. There's a socket there. That's one that actually got a socket. All right. And this one got a socket. there's a socket there. And okay, and there's the two that didn't get sockets. This is one of those points where it'd be really helpful if I had a light in front of me shining kind of across the board, make the pins a little more obvious against the vias because the pins are the same color as the vias. All right, so let's go down this row of sockets and make sure the 16 pins are nicely flush. Those are a 14 pin and I think that's a 16 pin. Yep. That's a 16 pin. And that's a 16 pin. And then there's two that don't have a socket in them yet. I can actually see a part of a pin sticking out of one that I couldn't get the socket into. That would explain that. All right. So, very nicely aligned sockets, and then two. Yeah, let's see here. So this one here. This one I can actually. Actually, I don't think it was a pin. I think it's just a little bit of solder. I think. Oh, it might be a little piece of a pin. Let's do this. Add solder. I'm doing this to the top side of the board because I can very clearly see which one it is. And hopefully that will let me get everything out of it. No. There we go. I think that's clear. There's a via 2 over. Looks like it is also obstructed, so we'll add a little extra fresh solder. And then we'll wick it good. Okay, and then looks like that pin there. Other one that's not cooperating, and that one might actually be the one that had like it had a small piece of pin still stuck in it. Or not. Or not. All right. Oh, there it is. Hmm. All right. Well, let's see if the socket will go in now. Tube of 16 pin sockets. one of the partial tubes here. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can find a piece of a component leg on my bench. One of these vias is still clogged. Or what I'm trying to do is just make sure it's not. All right. Try. All right. Let's try one more pass. Flux. Extra solder. More flux. That is. All right. Let's see if I got a little pin or something. I think the via is a little malformed on it. I'm just trying to like get it at the point where I can put a pin in it because the pad's still there. There we go. Okay, I think I can get a socket into it now, and at least these are good sockets that should take solder the first time. That took a socket, and there we go. All right, they took sockets. Excellent. Oh, I don't want to. Not. Oh yeah, socket totally fell out. Oh, hey, Mike at Mike's Future Retro. Welcome. Yeah, I want to get Oregon Trail running on it too. I don't know if I've been able to play Oregon Trail on this computer. Oh, you know, I could use this wonderful invention called tape. It's not like I don't have like a whole gob of it. I can try to reuse a piece to unnecessarily save a few cents. There we go. There we go. See, we have the technology to hold the socket in place. even if it is a kind of sort of hold in place. All right, I think, yeah, there we go. That row looks good. All right, let's get the next row. And we'll get them tacked in. All right. 16-pin sockets. Go. 2. Yeah, the amount of time I've been able to use this computer since I bought it is very little, because it's like I would get it to work and then it would fail and I'd have to do more work on it and fail, more work, fail, more work. Hopefully, with new sockets on it, that will fix the remaining cause of chips failing that I can at least control for. The others being the stopping using the original power supply that I don't exactly trust, because it seems to be one of the cheaper built Apple power supply clones. Getting rid of the counterfeit chips. Getting rid of the, well, I guess, chips that tested bad, and then getting rid of the sockets that all had corrosion on them that could have been leading to the chip legs starting to corrode, and, well, that could travel up the component legs. Wait a minute. I forgot to put a socket there. Oh, yeah. Yes, that should have got a socket, and I completely missed it. All right, well, the rest of these... All right, let me get the rest of the 16 pin sockets in this row, make sure they're nice and flush. And I'll get the one I missed. Is that it? Yeah, it was just those 6 and then the one on the end that I missed. All right. Which, actually, that one I'll just probably finger hold because it's the edge of the board. Just as easy to do that than to wrestle a piece of tape. All right. Grab that solder ball. All right. There we go. Yeah, all right. There's another row of sockets tacked in. We'll get one last row, and then socket party. All right, 1, 2. Computer did not have a special socket for the keyboard, so I know it's kind of silkscreen like it had one, but it didn't. It was just a standard socket. Oh, there we go. And now I got to figure out where my 24 pin sockets went. I should have one floating around here somewhere. There we go. All right. All right, let's get these sockets tacked in. And alignment check. Making sure they're nice and snug as a bug on a rug. If it's snug as a socket on the PCB. There we go. And now, all right, one more chip. Oh, is that the reason why? That might be the reason why I can't find it. Is because yeah, there it is, right there. I was just sitting on the bench. Okay, that's why I couldn't find the 24-pin socket. I thought I was looking for a socket in a tube, and in reality, I was looking for a socket on the workbench. Which means I hopefully didn't bend a pin on it, but All right, hold please. The socket is not cooperating the way I expected it to, so let me try to encourage it otherwise. Looks like I pushed one of the pins up. Let me see if I can pull it back down. I sure thought I ordered extras of these sockets, but I think I may have dropped them on the floor or something. All right, there we go. All right, trying to get the socket to cooperate. It is acting like I bent some of the pins. Almost like the socket is one I used for pin alignment on something. Might actually be why it was sitting where it was sitting. I had some PCBs for some VIC-20 projects, and well, I was going to make a video on them, and I still might at some point, but I was kind of underwhelmed at both of them. Once I actually built them and well, one of them I was kind of underwhelmed by once I built it and used it. The other one, you have to solder some wires, and the points where you have to solder the wires are like really hard to get to without removing some stuff. So I haven't tried it yet. There we go. I got the socket in. All right. The pin I had to pull out is going to be one of the ones I tacked to make sure I don't instantly regret it. Yeah, I've tacked them in. I'm tacking them in, then I'm just going to go down the row and solder them. Took me a moment to find the 24-pin socket because it was just sitting on my bench for some reason. But there we go. All right, I've got 3 rows of sockets. They're tacked in. Yes, Gutbomb, you did hear the words underwhelmed by the VIC 20. However, you missed the words that immediately followed that said upgrades that I built. Newish. I've had it for a month. I'd finally broke down and bought the handle for my FX951, which is now a discontinued station. So I bought a new handle for it just in time for Hacko to discontinue it. Yay me. No, I mean, it's not like I was probably going to buy the new station anyways, considering I had a perfectly good old station. All right. Just because some of these are like oxidized from whatever corrosion was on the board, I am going to flux them before the solder, and I will even reflow the pins that I tacked. Which these are all name brand sockets, which is why I would even dare do this, because the cheap ones I tried using before, I would have not even dared try to use flux. All right. Yeah, so I bought some PCBs for 2 VIC 20 upgrades. One was one that goes in the CPU socket, and it can upgrade 32K of memory, and you can swap out the kernel and basic ROM. Or no, it's an expansion ROM, and the it lets you swap out expansion kernel and basic ROMs plus 32K upgrade. But the problem is you can't, like, the way it's designed, you can't just do the 32K upgrade, which, mind you, part of that is it's replacing the 5K on board. I think it's really designed for troubleshooting, not like building it in, but you can. And then if you're using the ROMs, you can't not give it an expansion ROM, which I don't really. I would rather just have RAM and be able to swap basic and kernel ROMs, or really just kernel, because then I could like swap between regular and Jiffy DOS. So I kind of really found it underwhelming. Although it was nice because it uses a GAL to do the address decoding instead of requiring you to tap uh, lines from the expansion slot, so it was easier to install. I'll give it that. And then the other one, though, I haven't tested it yet, but it's designed to plug into the. I think it's designed to plug into the basic ROM socket, which is kind of annoying. So it means you can't use it to mod it so you could swap between kernel and Jiffy DOS. But it requires you to add some wires to the expansion slot pins. But at least the one nice thing it does is it's 32K that you could put on the board. It's you use all 32K, but the problem is then you can't really upgrade that last 3K because of the way it does its thing. I guess I probably could have known about the limitations of that one board when I ordered them. But anyways, it's kind of can't really do what I wanted to do with the VIC 20 I was going to put them in with either of them. So I may just have to design my own custom board to do the upgrades the way I want to. So that maybe I could build in a configurable 35K upgrade plus the ability to switch between the regular kernel and Jiffy DOS. Although, to be fair, I think the reason why the designer of that one upgrade uses the basic ROM slot is because I think the basic ROM may be the one that's more prone to failing. So it was designed so that you could use a regular 27 series ROM to replace the basic ROM that's prone to failing. Or more prone to failing, not that the kernel ROM isn't. You know, I should probably be nice to myself and do that. Yeah, the VIC is really weird with memory upgrades, and depending on what memory you add, determines if some things get remapped and yada yada yada. And some programs are hard coded for addresses, so they expect a certain amount of RAM and no more, no less. And again, that's partly because of depending on which RAM banks you have installed, the VIC remaps video memory and the start of basic memory, I believe. I mean, it really doesn't help that they included 5K of RAM stock because 1K of that RAM has to be mapped to the 0 page. But then, for various reasons, I think the other 4K is mapped starting at like the 4K. So it's like you have, I think in the stock one, if I'm remembering the memory map, you have like a K of RAM and then 3K of nothing and then 4K of RAM. And like in that configuration, video memories in like the upper 1K or something like that. And I am completely skipping the half K of color RAM because that's mapped much higher in memory. But then when you add, like, if you add the 3K RAM upgrade cartridge, well, that goes in place of that 3K of missing RAM. And I think in that case, video memory stays in the same place or something like that. But obviously, the starting address for basic it changes from 4K to 1K, and I'm probably totally getting it wrong. So you should consult a better resource and not this video for the VIC memory map. I will obviously have to look that up before making a video on the topic. And then I think it gets more fun from there. I'm thinking for my crazy VIC that's got all the switches on it, I'm tempted to maybe take the 35K memory upgrade board design and try to redesign it so that it fits on a board that could go in the VIC and maybe plug in, like, be a board that's plugged into the CPU slot and maybe uses like a CPLD or something to decode the addresses, so you don't have to attach wires to the cartridge slot to get the various RAM signals. And the only reason I'd pick a CPLD is because the 22V10 is still in production, which I think sounds like it's a high-end GAL part number, but I think they consider it a low-end CPLD. That way, you just plug the board into the CPU socket, plug the CPU into the board, and then you got access to all the address lines for being able to decode the addresses, and then that would let it chip select when in the right case, and then have a place to connect switches to be able to turn the memory ranges on and off. Well, Gapam, there are some modern games for VIC-20 that need more than like 3 or 5K of RAM. I'm not really big into demo scene. The modern games, though, seem like they might be neat to check out. Yeah, I guess the reason why I don't consider the modern games part of the demo scene is because when I hear the word demo scene, I think of some music and sound and graphics demonstration that just kind of plays in front of you, whereas a game is something you can actually interact with. And maybe there's some demo scene programs that kind of blur the two together, and maybe they're really demo scene, but they're interactive. But I guess there's also some modern games that I would not consider demo scene because they're not trying to push the system to its limits, but they might need like the extra RAM just so they can have a more rich experience or longer gameplay or something like that. But it's not like taxing the system to its limits, or when I hear demo scene, I think of something that's trying to make the system go further than it was designed to. I mean, the VIC-20 was designed for memory upgrades, although maybe Commodore never envisioned a 35K total upgrade, but it was designed for memory upgrades. They would have just been expensive back in the day. Yeah, I know. It's got the same spirit though, Gup. Yeah. It's just maybe I separate the two a little in my mind because it's like, yes, there are some games that push the system to its limits, but there's some that are just like, well, this is the game might have liked to have developed back in the day, but RAM was too expensive back then. But now that RAM is cheap and you could actually afford a 35K RAM upgrade, well, this is the game I would have liked to have developed. I think the one I'm thinking of that I'd like to try is Emu's Big Adventure or something like that. I think it uses the extra RAM so it can have a big map. And probably the custom sprites. I think it's a game where you gotta find various objects hidden through the map to be able to get to the end of the game, and you gotta avoid the enemies and traps. It's not one that necessarily I would consider as pushing the system to its limits, but I think it's got a large map, so it needs enough memory so it can load the map. Also, I think it might be a game that comes on tape. So you really do have to load the entire game into memory to be able to run it. And just so it has a nice map, it's 35K. I mean, I think it might also be runnable with without having to use a tape, but I could be wrong. No, actually, I think I've seen it played using a penultimate cartridge, so I don't think you have to load it from tape. But I want to say the future was 8-bit might sell it on tape. And I used to think their website had a funny name until I realized that, wait a minute, the VIC-20 was the wonder computer of the 1980s. I mean, 8-bit was the future. Until 16-bit took over, but still, 8-bit was the future. Heck, I haven't gotten it set up yet. Got bombed, just too much going on. I'll I'll get it set up one of these days. All right. All right. All right. Mike says 8-bit rocked in the 80s. I was an Atari computer kid, and that carried from 1982 to the Atari ST series. Then in 94, I got a real computer, my first Mac Performa 460, and that 460 is still running in my retro lab. That is good to hear. Don't remember right offhand which one the Performa 460 is, because Apple had so many models at the time. Other than I'm pretty sure that was one of the pizza boxes. Probably a rebadged LC2 or LC3, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so there's another row of sockets, and I think they all look good. Since I broke down and bought the high quality sockets, I'm Ah, okay, the 460 is the same as the LC3 Plus. Okay, that's... For some reason, that was, like, in the back of my mind. The two I can readily remember are the Performa 475 and 476, because those are rebadged LC 475s. Yeah. Yeah, Mike says, but yeah, Apple made the same exact computer under 4 different series. Yeah, it's... All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep, says the Power Macintosh 6100 Had so many stupid variants too, retailer and region specific ones, all the same machine. Mike says 460 to 475 was the equivalent of going from an M2 to an M3 Silicon Mac. Yeah. Oh boy, did the 68040? Yeah, that was a definite performance boost from the 68030. Unfortunately, I guess Motorola's direction for the 68,000 series processor just didn't quite line up with what Intel was doing in the x86 world, and I guess that led to the Apple, Intel, Motorola alliance, or AIM. Not to be confused with the other AIM called AOL Instant Messenger, to come up with PowerPC. So that we could have at least 20 different Power Mac 6100 series models. Although I doubt that was Apple's goal at first, but well, that's how the retail computer industry was going at the time. Yeah, the 460 is a 33 megahertz 68030. Yep. Alright. Basically, I'm just using my soldering iron to try to get off all the little solder bits I see. There's just a little bit of solder splatter on the solder mask. I may have to clean this flux off to really see a lot of it. Some of what I'm seeing might actually just be the flux shining. Alright. Somehow I haven't managed to spill the isopropyl yet, so... Yeah, so the one reason I want to ultrasonically clean this board is just to get any last bits of the corrosion off, but also to kind of more thoroughly clean the tacky flux off the board. At least want to get it clean enough that I won't make a huge mess when I test it. And also to kind of clean the chips some. This is actually one of those moments when I wish I had some deox at 100%, because I would drip a little bit on all the chips before installing them. Yeah, Intel had nothing to do with PowerPC. What I was trying to say is the direction Intel was taking the industry with Pentium, I think had something to do with PowerPC, with the Apple, Intel, and Motorola forming the AIM alliance to come up with a competing processor. So, no, Intel had nothing to do with PowerPC, but Apple, Intel, and Motorola had to compete with Intel. That was the impetus. Competition from, I guess, Intel and other vendors. All right. Let's see. Okay, so I do see a few solder balls. There's one there. Looks like a little solder splatter. Solder splatter on the solder mask there. It's probably solder splatter from desoldering. Solder splatter there. Something there. No, maybe not. Trying to make sure I don't have something on the board that'll fall off and short later. Alright. That looks pretty good. Okay, there we go. I think I would consider that resocketed. Alright, so let me go grab the ICs, because I've got them sitting over to the side where they're more likely safe than on my workbench. So, I got the original ICs. I also have like 3 things of replacement ICs that I put with computer, which tells me one of 2 things. I either forgot which computer these actually went to, or this is because I knew there was some bad chips that I will run into. So, when I get to the 74S 195, and yeah, I actually did order the S version, because I think that's what's on the silk screen. The 74 LS02 and the 74 LS51s, I need to actually test them because I think one of them might be bad. Also, all these chips should be on this anti-static foam in approximate chip placement locations. So, although I will double check. All right, so this is, that goes there. That is the 251. So this is going to be the 367s. there, and there. All right. So next down this row, we have a LS139, and we've got the ROMs. So when I do ultrasonically clean the board, I probably will pull the ROMs off because I don't want to lose the labels. Besides, these ROMs have gold pins, so I'm not as concerned about them as some of the other chips. 3. I do have the original chip that's got the 2 label on it. I will be putting it on that chip. That the original ROM had a leg fall off of it. That was one of the original problems. It might have actually corroded. Might be why the leg fell off. All right. I knew that it would help me put this back together by putting the chips on the anti-static foam in relative order. Although I did promptly forget to look at these chips to see if any of them were the ones I need to check. Oh, there's a little piece of plastic there. All right. Yeah, that's a 259, 138, and 138. Okay, so none of those were the chips I'm looking for. Ah, here we go. We got a 74 LS02 right there. So right off the bat, I need to test that. Oh, maybe I ordered the 74 LS02s because that's just like a really weird brand. All right, device, logic IC test, 7402. Whoop, it helps to actually type in the dialog box. All right, test. Okay, so that chip tests fine. I just don't. $28. No, no, it works. I'll keep using it. It might be a weird brand, but okay. And then we got a bunch of RAM chips, which okay. Then we have 153, 153, 153, and 238. Okay. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and put these. No, I'm not going to put these RAM chips in. I'll explain in a moment. I will go ahead and put these other logic chips in though. I'm gonna skip the RAM here for a moment. It will make sense momentarily. Or I'll have to admit to misplacing the thing that I think is over on my left. One or the other. Should be that anti-static bag if I identified it correctly the other day. Um, yeah, here we go. I think these are them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, only have. Oh. I'm missing one. Oh, all right. was going to put the original RAM chips back in computer, but then I realized I am missing one, which is odd. Maybe it tested bad at some point. All right, so I guess I will have to take one of these. Okay, so I guess what I'll do is, all right, I'm going to put the original RAMs back in computer. I don't think they were entirely the fault of the. I don't think they were entirely at fault with what it was happening or what its problem was. But I've got a way to test them now, so don't worry. I will. The first thing I'm going to do is power it up without anything in it so we can see the sweet, sweet computer banner, hopefully. The second thing I'll do is actually put in the memory test. All right, so I'm going to put the Motorola ROM there, or Motorola RAM there, and then because because the likely reason that I'm missing one is someone probably had a language card in here at some point, which is probably why I don't have the number. I think I do, so we'll just put that Motorola one there. Okay, so now I will put the remaining NEC ones in. And this will free up the 4116s for the other Apple II clone board that I have that does not have a full 48K RAM on it. It's got like 32K RAM on it. I would like to get it up to the 48K RAM for all the reasons. Mainly because it would have had 48K RAM on it back in the day. Oh, well, that NEC memory chip is bad. It's got a leg busted off of it. Oh. Alright, well, I guess we'll, well, I'll use another one of the Motorola ones. Alright. Alright. And that concludes all the original memory chips I had. And we'll take another one of these Motorola ones. Put it there. Alright. The rest of those are just random ICs from something else. Okay. So now, that is a 74LS20. Should be here. Yep. There's that. Alright. And then Let's see. It should be 161, 161, 161, 161. I should have 4 161s, which I do. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now, we've got a 74LS 153. Okay. And then a 74S 195. Ah, is this one of the bad chips? Because there's some reason why I bought 74S 195s. Let me check this one. Nope, it tests fine. Is that maybe a EM74S 195N? Okay. Also possible I bought it for the other clone board. Now let me test it again to make sure I have pin 1 right. Yep, okay. There's pin 1 right there. Okay, so we got a C here on the other end. 74LS04. Yep, alright, there's that. And then we got a 257. And 74LS51 and a 32. There's the 32. 51 goes before it. And for some reason I ordered 51. So is this 51 bad? Yes. All right. There we go. 74LS51N. All right. That is one of the bad chips. I tried marking them with an X, but my marker, the ink on my marker doesn't like show up very well after some time has elapsed, and well, some time has most definitely elapsed since I would have marked it. So this is just a 74LS51N that came from Mauser. So this chip is still made in dip package. So yeah, no fancy. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I just realized there's a separate selection for 74LS51. So no, that original chip is actually not bad. Okay. Maybe I got fooled when I tested it. All right. There might be another bad 74LS51. All right, moving on. False alarm. We'll put that back in the package. Yeah, that chip might actually be for my other Apple II clone board. There might be another 74LS51 here somewhere. All right, so we got a 74LS175 there. And then we got a 74S86 there. And now I Alright, then the next chip I have is a 555 timer that I'm not going to use because of reasons. It looks like one of the counterfeit chips. So I'm instead going to use another 555 timer that may or may not work, but my chip tester doesn't support it, so. And I'm hoping this other chip that's beside it is another 555 timer. Writing on it. Yes. Okay. So we'll go ahead and put it there. Alright. So those chips will go in my chip bag for this project. Alright, so we got 194, 174, 257, 257, 174, 194, 74, 08, 11. And then we got two 74 LS02s down at this end. I see why I ordered the 74 LS02s. We'll get to that in a moment. Alright. There's that. So basically, there were originally on this board a bunch of chips that looked like they were chips from Hitachi, which normally are pretty reliable chips. However, the paint rubbed off of them very easily. Kind of made it seem like they weren't actually real Hitachi chips. So, also, I noticed that there was a much higher incidence rate of them failing than the other chips. So, I actually was just replacing them even before they failed, just because they were unreliable. And actually, this 74 LSO2 right there that has no marking on it is one of those Hitachi chips that the paint rubbed off on. That is why I ordered 74 LSO2s, is for that one right there. It may be good, it may be bad. It is a 74 LSO2. It came out of the position for one. In fact, I'll test it here in a moment. But the markings plumb off of it, so. Alright, so there's a brand new 74 LSO2. It came from Mouser. No fancy sourcing needed for it. Alright, so the new one from Mouser tests normally. So there we go. Don't have to worry about that chip. Alright, so now for the chip that I just tossed to the side. That has its marking obliterated. It does test normally, but I mean, it's one of the chips that had a high failure rate, so just going to replace it like I was the rest of them. That's also why I replaced the 555 timers. They were the Hitachi chips that, while their marking was not simply rubbing off, well, they looked like the ones that was, so. Alright. I think everything else here. We got this chip there. There's this chip here. And I just made a mistake and put a flag. Loved inserting it. Somewhere I've got my lead former. I don't know exactly where it's gone to. All right. And we've got a character ROM here. Excellent. All right. That's where the keyboard goes. So the next one goes here. 51. So that was 02. 51. 51. Oh, I think I know. Okay, I think I know where these other chips are for. They're for the clone board. The 195 is for the clone board. I think I borrowed its chip for my Apple II Plus. 74 LSO2. Let me test this one. I think I might have just ordered those for the Hitachi one, but let me make sure this one works. Yeah, it does. Okay. There we go. So, all the sockets are replaced. All the Hitachi chips with paint rubbing off of them have been replaced. And seemingly I've have a chip on here that I'm not sure why it's there. 7410. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, one of my RAMs fell out. 7410. Okay, I don't know why I've got a random 7410 here. Probably because it's for something else and I accidentally put it here. All right. Well, look at that. I've got all the chips back in computer. That's nice. All right. It's slightly bugging me about those chips that I thought were for computer, but I certainly have not found where on computer they would go. All right. I got to go grab a power supply, and the easiest one is. Let me put these chips in an anti-static bag, because some of those are 4116s, which are not made anymore. All right, let me go grab my Apple II Plus. I can borrow its power supply, or maybe I'll borrow the power supply from my Apple IIe, because it's out of the Apple IIe. Let me set these other chips with the. No, there's not a good place to set them with the clone board. Let me just go set them to the side, somewhere where I'll know they are for the other clone. Okay, so I'm going to borrow the power supply from my Apple IIe, because it's out of the Apple IIe because I'd started to recap it. And by started to recap it, I mean I opened it up. I realized there were two Rifa caps that I didn't have on hand in it. I realized there were some other caps that didn't match the cap kit in it that I didn't have on hand. And I didn't do anything else. So not screwed together. Probably a bad idea, but I don't have any of the power wires are still soldered to the board, so it should still be electrically usable. Although, please don't try this at home. This is for entertainment purposes only because you all are sometimes pyromaniacs. Not to be confused with animaniacs. Ah, all right. There we go. The power connector is keyed. The host has confirmed that this power is off. Plugging that in. All right. We're going to go minimal viable test, which is going to be video. I am going to raise the computer up slightly just to make sure it's not touching the metal bench anywhere because it is a little longer than my mat. I am going to turn the switch, the Apple power supply on. I'm going to switch to input 1, and I am going to turn the outlet on in 3, 2, 1. Ah, okay. Oh, wait a minute. We've got purple stripes. Well, that's where we are. Purple stripes. And the power supply whined when I turned it off, but that's probably normal for this power supply because it's not the case. All right, so purple stripes. Okay. Guess the first thing to check would be that I make sure I don't have anything that I didn't get in the socket. Oh, let me go back to table cam. All right. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jack. Welcome. Yeah, a thing at least. Well, it's further than. Some of the chips. Oh, some of the chips I didn't get in the socket very well. That's interesting. Also possible that some of the original RAM actually was bad. I thought I'd. Oh, some of these chips are not in the sockets. Yeah, it's also possible I missed a bodge wire or two. Yeah, I did skip the correct socket for the keyboard. That's good. Okay, well, let's try that again. All right, since I think I can probably use the Apple's power supply now that I know it's not going to completely Okay, that's slightly better. Let's try something here. Does it need a keyboard? Maybe. However, with that card in it, the answer should be no. All right, 3, 2, 1. Um. Yeah, I think the zero page is not happy. 1044. Mm, yeah, that's Adrian Black's dead test ROM. Okay, so let's do a thing here. Okay, I don't know if this original RAM is good or not. There was some suspicion as that it might be bad, which is why it got replaced. So let me swap out the bank, first bank, with the AMD RAM that was in computer. It could have gotten damaged, but I don't think anything happened to computer after I put the RAM in it that would have caused the RAM to like be physically damaged. Oh, hey, thank you, Jack, for starting the tip jar. It's much appreciated. There were some. Oh, don't know why. Okay, don't know why some things are being slow to load. Whatever, but thank you, Jack, for starting the tip jar. There are a few things that I was kind of hoping to finagle somehow for projects, so I think you might have just helped me maybe finagle one of them. We'll see. I gotta wait to see what the eBay seller that like sent me part of a lot tells me. As to whether I can finagle the item I want to, or whether I'm going to have to go for one of the current auctions for the same item when they if they tell me that we can't find that, something like that. Yeah, they sent me like it was an auction that had a video card and a DVD decoder card in it, and I wanted the DVD decoder card naturally, and the only thing that was in the package I got was the video card, which I absolutely did not need because I already have like several of them. No, it was an ATI card with the DVD decoder card that actually had the proper ribbon cable for the AMD multimedia connector. Oh, there we go. That's what that's supposed to look like. So one of those RAMs I put in the zero page is bad. Yeah, look, I think that is low res graphics mode with text under it. And it kind of looks like it locked up. Yeah, that really looks like it locked up. I have like, huh. Well, that's weird. Okay, there we go. So it's supposed to do that. And then it's supposed to go through some characters. And the colors are supposed to change. And don't think it's supposed to do that. Yeah, it looks like it just went to. Yeah, it looks like it just went to high res. I think I'm wondering if I got a bad logic chip on here, or maybe I missed a bodge wire. Hmm. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that, Jack. Definitely not supposed to do that. Let me okay, let me grab another clone board. I don't have ROM. I've got a character ROM in it. I don't have the other ROMs in it, but this card is hardwired to take over for the ROM. So I think it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's step back. I'm gonna channel my inner Adrian, even though I've only have a few minutes left for streaming tonight. I might stretch it a few minutes, but I'm gonna channel my inner Adrian because this is probably going to set us up for the disappointing end to tonight's live stream. Okay. So I'm going to take computer. I'm going to set computer to the side for a moment. Now, computer has all the ROMs in it and fully populated with RAM, but I can't tell you that all the RAM works. Well, that is possible, Jack. That there could be bad RAM affecting the 0 page. Which actually I can. Actually, I know this board is working, or I think it's working. So maybe I can use this to test the RAM from computer. Okay, so I've got the same ROM card in. Video, power. All right, let's turn it on. I reinstalled the clock crystal on it. Okay, now this one's got really crummy video output, but all right, so okay, so there we go. So it does kind of. There we go. It does do a few things there, but then it should have gone back to the characters at the bottom and stripes. Now this board only has 32K RAM on it, so it won't take as long to run because there's only 32K RAM on it. However, the important thing is, I think the 0 page is good. Because I know I've run this on this board. So, which board is this? It's my other Apple II clone board. I gotta make ROMs for it. We'll call it Son of Computer, even though it's not as exciting. So it should have done that right there. And given me a summary. And then it'll repeat. So okay, so there we go. So I know I've got a good 0 page RAM on this board. And let's do this. So I am going to take. So I'm going to leave the first bank in because we got to have a good 0 page to run tests. However, I'm going to take this bank out. And I'm going to set it aside. We're going to try two things. But we know this bank of RAM is good as well. You only saw one pass, but I think I let it run a couple passes when I created this board here. Basically, this is an Apple, I think an Apple firmware card. And this one had a broken switch on it. So what I've done is I've basically hardwired it to force the computer to use the ROM. And the only ROM in it is the dead test ROM. But so basically, I hardwired this board to run the ROMs on the board, have the dead test ROM in it. So basically, you put this card in an Apple II, and it'll take over for the system ROMs and run dead tests. So pretty ingenious, right? Talk about a good way to make a useful card out of a broken firmware card. I've got another firmware card that actually has a working switch, and I am debating whether to make it a board for running Apple II ROMs in my Apple II Plus so I can at least experience that. I doubt I'll be getting an Apple II anytime soon, but it'd be fun to be able to at least pretend it was just an Apple II. Or put a set of ROMs in it so it acts like computer. I can make my Apple II Plus into computer. Other than the character ROMs. Alright, so these 8 RAMs there are good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the 8 RAMs in computer right now that are in the 0 page, and I'm going to put them in this bank here. And so we can maximize the amount of testing we get done. Well, no, actually, I'm just going to test this. That way it runs pretty quick. We'll just test this RAM in this board in bank 2. And we'll see what it does. I have a feeling we'll find some bad bits in it. But then also, I'll take the 16K of good RAM, maybe, and put it in computer. I don't think I've got a problem with the board that's sending volt. Well, I think first I'll check just to make sure I don't have something wrong with it that's sending voltages where it doesn't belong. I'll just make sure that, yeah, I'll check that first. But there's nothing about computer that would be killing RAMs. Just by them being in there, as long as I didn't short voltages somewhere. All right. Now, I don't exactly remember what this does if there's a bad RAM. Now, if this RAM passes in this board, okay, let's see what it does. Interesting. It passed. there must be another problem with computer. Or one of the RAMs and one of the other banks was actually interfering with the 0 page. Yeah, that. Hmm. All right. Well, I know we're past midnight here now. Okay, so it looks like I think here's the next step. Okay, that passed another loop. So apparently the RAM I had in the 0 page here was fine. All right, so I think the first thing I'm going to do is probably put computer's board through the ultrasonic cleaner, just because the chips may have a little corrosion on them, and to kind of get the remaining flux off the board. I'm not going to do that tonight. Yep, Eric says progress. So I think that's the first step. I'm going to ultrasonically clean computer. And then I guess I'm going to schedule another computer live stream, because we kind of got to figure out why computer's still not working. Now, I am somewhat tempted to maybe just well, no, I don't think it'd be the processor. Get famous last words. But yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I will ultrasonically clean this board. That'll get all the remaining flux off of it. And then that will let me be able to really look at the board just to make sure there's not like a missing solder joint or something that's hidden by the fact that there's flux on the board. Yeah. So that'll be the first step. Ultrasonic clean. And then we'll have another live stream. So yeah. That's probably the next steps with the computer. I will remove the ROMs before putting it through the ultrasonic cleaner. However, I am going to let the other chips go through the ultrasonic cleaner, just because they may have some corrosion on the legs still if they're the original chips. Now, when I put it through the cleaner with the chips in, I wasn't going to let it run very long at all, maybe like 5 minutes aside. I just want to get the flux off the board and any last corrosion. That's why I was using isopropyl alcohol, because I don't want to risk damaging the solder mask, so I just want to put it in briefly. So anyways, I'll do that probably this weekend. And yeah, and then I'll schedule another computer stream. Now, computer... who knows? Maybe computer will be Tuesday. Jack says, computer's turning into my 840 AV. Yeah, I realize that. So maybe Tuesday I'll do another computer stream. However, it might be Thursday, because I am looking to look at my thumbnail I created. Oh, yeah. By popular request, there is like one other potential eBay regret that you can't see because... Is it because you don't know what you're looking at, or is it because it's... actually, you can see it. It's just really hard to see. Let me turn off the light on my webcam. That might improve the contrast just a little bit. No. Yeah, unfortunately, I have like a pale green foam board Uh, right. It's right. YouTubers can't point. The problem is I'm trying to point it. There we go. So it's sitting up against the wall right there. You can probably tell something's up because that part of the wall is a different color than the rest of the wall. Although that is also because there is a test patch of paint going up the wall there. But there's a piece of foam setting there. That's actually part of the Power Mac G3. So right there, I think you can see it occasionally in the live stream. There is an object sitting behind the Power Mac G3 logic board with cards installed, and in front of that foam board. Well, that is for the other stream next week, along with an item I bought from Mauser and something you've seen on the stream before. It is by popular request. And by popular request, I mean Gutbomb said, "Hey, Justin, when are you going to get back to this?" So, yes, I've got the thumbnail ready, and I'll, as soon as I schedule the stream, well, you'll be able to see the thumbnail. Jack's asking, is it sun-related? No, we'll get back to the suns soon, too. But, yeah, it is not sun-related, but it does begin with the letter S. And potentially end in Engelboard computer. Yeah, there you go. There's your hint. There might even be a genre of music that I can't imitate very well that kind of describes the type. Sadmac knows what we're probably going to look at. And in fact, if you kind of pan the live stream, I saw it, just a hint of it. You can very lightly make it out, kind of get an idea of what might be. Thomas Armstrong's asking, you found a Trident computer. No, I have a motherboard with built-in Trident graphics in the chipset. That's the closest to a Trident. Jack saying Trident motherboard lol. You laugh, but there is a VIA chipset that has integrated graphics, and they're basically Trident graphics, because I think VIA bought Trident or something like that. Or, no, or VIA didn't buy Trident. I guess they licensed it. Or something. Maybe VIA did buy Trident briefly before selling it, or I don't know. There's some relationship, I think. Maybe it's a licensing relationship, because actually I thought Trident just pivoted to, like, TV chipsets, but I have a motherboard that's got a VIA chipset. It's a socket 3 motherboard, and it's got integrated Trident graphics in the North Bridge. So yeah, so technically that could be considered a Trident motherboard, and I do have a 286 with a Trident chip on the motherboard, so I do have a couple computers with integrated Trident graphics. But no, the single board computer doesn't have Trident graphics on it. And the item I'm trying to point to that my camera is not showing the contrast, because the white box in front of the green foam, the green is that pale, it's getting washed out by the light that's back there. Yeah, white box. What comes in white boxes? Or what came in white boxes? Before they kind of realized that bleaching the box cost a lot of money, and they just used brown boxes. White box. White box computer? White box. What part of the computer would be in a large white box? And then you're probably wondering what I bought from Mauser, but, well, that one I'll let you ponder before I post the thumbnail. I probably won't get to scheduling the stream until this weekend. But, maybe. I think it's a neat thumbnail. But anyways, yeah, we'll have some fun with that too, hopefully next week. But yeah, we'll get back to computer because now I really want to see. Maybe Sad Mac. It might be a case. You might be right. Sloopy's asking, "Oh, come on, please. What did you buy?" Well, oh well, it's 12:15. I'll have to just hint to Sloopy that Sad Mac is quite possibly on the right track there. Like, very much so. Yes, Jack says cliffhanger. Yes, exactly. Remember, I'm recovering from a cold. I'm feeling congested. I could probably use a drink of water before bed. And probably take another chest decongestant before I go to bed. Just for good measure to make sure I sleep well. And I probably want to do that sooner rather than later because it is time for that dose. Anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'm glad you all could join me for the computer shenanigans tonight. At least we now have all the sockets installed. All the chips are installed. And, well, it starts to run Adrian's dead test on computer, but then it locks up. So we'll have to figure out what that's about. Probably, quite possibly, it's either like something, a bad chip in the memory circuit, or I got a wire that another wire that's not connect. Just dawned on me what it might be. So, yeah, I'm probably going to pan back through the live stream where I put the 40-pin socket on computer because it just dawned on me that there might be a wire that I had to remove and is not reinstalled. Now, where the wire went, I don't know, but hopefully if I scroll through the live stream, maybe that's why it's not happy, is whatever that wire goes to. So anyways, I guess I got a little homework before the next computer stream, so I'll be going back through that live stream to see if there's like a wire or something that's missing or something. But anyway, thanks, Sloopy. I am feeling better than I was last week, that's for sure, and especially this weekend. So anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for joining me, hanging out, being cool in the chat, watching me get all the sockets in computer, replace the chips, and then, well, at least we got some life out of it. More than I had before I replaced the socket, so that's definitely a plus. So anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.